2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, 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 hey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the New Colombo Plan National Summit for 2022. It is just wonderful to see you all here and have you all in the room. I mean, look at the person next to you. You're here in the flesh. Isn't it great? Woo! My name is Shona McKenna. I'm the Director of the Fiji section at the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. It's my great pleasure to be here with you. And first of all, I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting today on land of the Ngunnawal people. We are very privileged to be joined by Ngunnawal Elder, Ms. Violet Sheridan. So I would now like to invite Violet to the stage to do a welcome to country.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure, and it is lovely to see all you smiley faces. It's good to see faces in the flesh instead of seeing them on the screen, which I have been doing lately. So, welcome, Yuma. Hello, everybody. And it's a pleasure to be here to perform a welcome to country. It's always a pleasure to catch up with our secretary, Catherine Campbell, we have known each other for many years. She seems to take me along every time she moves on. So we started off at DHS. So it's a pleasure to be here. And I'm told that you are all going overseas to learn in different countries. So you'll probably see a lot of sad things there. I am looking at and following the story of Ukraine, which is really making me really sad. I've been praying that Vladimir Putin gets COVID triple times. So let's hopefully he doesn't stay too long with us. He carks it and moves on. So I'd like to pay my respect. I'd like to acknowledge Catherine Campbell, our secretary, all members of the panel here, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to pay my respects to my elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. In keeping the general spirit of friendship and reconciliation, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of my family and the other Ngunnawal families. The Ngunnawal people are the traditional owners of the land that we meet on, always was, always will be Aboriginal land. So God bless you, keep safe. And if you're going overseas, keep extra safe. Always watch your back and trust your gut feelings. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Violet. I think you've really set the scene. We're here in the Canberra Centre, and Canberra means meeting place. And what a wonderful opportunity for scholars and alumni to meet, to make new connections and to learn from each other. So just before we start, I'd like to warmly welcome our special guests. We're joined by Christine Clark, Australia's Ambassador for Women and Girls, by Catherine Campbell, Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and Rod Hilton, First Assistant Secretary of DFAT's Development Policy Division, and also a number of other special guests that you'll meet during the program. I would also like to warmly welcome you, the 400 NCP National Summit delegates. We have in the room 150 New Colombo Plan alumni and around 250 New Colombo Plan scholars, young people who have yet to go out into the region and experience the adventure and the journey that is the New Colombo Plan. There's a few admin notes that I'd just like to get through before we get into the exciting stuff. So in line with ANU's COVID-safe policies, we do ask that you please keep your masks on unless you're eating or drinking. And if you happen to need a mask during the day, please ask our team. The New Colombo Plan team are wearing sort of blue shirts with the New Colombo Plan logo on them, or back outside into the atrium at the registration desk. You'll be able to get a mask should you need one. Also, please follow, all the COVID-safe practices that I know you're all used to, using the hand sanitizer regularly. And if you do feel unwell, please remove yourself from the group. The exits from this auditorium are pretty clearly marked. Should we need to evacuate, please follow the team, follow the wardens. There's an exit down here, as you can see, to your left at the bottom. And if you're up the top, it's up there on your right. So I think we should just kick off and get started with our first speaker. Our first speaker today is Mr. Rod Hilton. Rod is the first Assistant Secretary of DFAT's Development Policy Division. He has previously served overseas in New Delhi and Port Moresby, and in Canberra has held a range of positions. He's also served on boards of the Green Climate Fund and the Global Green Growth Institute. And Mr. Hilton is an alumnus of this very school here, ANU. So without further ado, I welcome Rod Hilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Shona, and a very special thank you to Auntie Violet for that wonderful welcome to country. I too would also like to begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal people, traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. Welcome to the New Colombo Plan National Summit. It's wonderful to have so many of our NCP community here with us here in Canberra today. My name is Rod Hilton. I'm the First Assistant Secretary for DFAT's Development Policy Division, which includes the New Colombo Plan Secretariat. The theme for today's summit is NCP to 2030, Reconnecting in the Region. Topics will cover climate change, disaster risk and preparedness, Australia's relationship with the Pacific, the global economy, and more. Sessions will delve into advocacy, personal identity, ways of doing business, and how as alumni you can keep these connections alive. Throughout, we're keen to explore with you what the future of Australia's people-to-people connections with the Indo-Pacific will look like today, tomorrow, out to 2030 and beyond. We're so pleased that the bulk of today's sessions were conceived and will be driven by NCP alumni. It's a great testament to their belief in the importance of the program and their desire to give back. It is now my pleasure to introduce you to our keynote speaker, Catherine Campbell, Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. The Secretary has held many leadership roles across the Australian Public Service, having joined the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade as our Secretary in July last year. Prior to that, she was Secretary of the Department of Social Services, and before that, Secretary of the Department of Human Services. The Secretary has also had a distinguished career in the Army Reserves, rising to the rank of Major General. She was awarded the Conspicuous Service Cross in 2010 for her service as Commanding Officer of the Sydney University Regiment of the Army Reserves. In 2019, she was appointed as an Officer of the Order of Australia for her services to public administration and the Australian Army Reserve. This year, 2022, she was awarded a bar to her CSC for outstanding achievement as a Commander of 2nd Division. For the STEM crowd participating today, it would be remiss if I didn't also point to the Secretary's academic pedigree. Secretary Campbell holds a Bachelor of Applied Science in Applied Mathematics, a Master of Business Administration, and a Master of Information Science. She's also a Fellow of Certified Practicing Accountants Australia. At DFAT, we summarise that by calling her the human calculator. For any of us that need to brief her on topics including numbers, we definitely know we need to be on our toes. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Secretary Campbell up on stage.
Thanks very much, Rod, and yeah, I do like numbers to add up. I don't think it's unreasonable. Can I start by thanking Auntie Violet for that wonderful welcome to country? As you can see, Auntie Violet is incredibly committed to her community and active reconciliation. And every time I hear her speak, she has researched what the audience is doing, and she has commentary on what are the current events. So for Foreign Affairs, it is Ukraine and it is Solomon Islands today. And Auntie Violet, we love you for your work, for your commitment to us, and more importantly, your commitment to your community and that active reconciliation, and we look forward to working with you again in the future. I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners on the land in which we meet today, the Ngunnawal people, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. And I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people from everywhere who are here today. Australia's approach to international diplomacy is becoming ever more shaped by Indigenous cultures and people. At DFAT, our Indigenous diplomacy agenda guides our work to ensure Indigenous Australians have a central place within our overseas engagement. I've just come back from Dubai, where I saw Expo and saw the wonderful interpretation to ensure that the people of the world know about our important Indigenous culture. I'm very pleased that the NCP is taking strong steps in this direction, with NCP Indigenous Fellows and Indigenous Alumni Ambassadors helping to promote the value of Indo-Pacific study and work placements to all communities. And I'm sure you're looking forward to this afternoon's plenary session, Learning from Indigenous Engagement, that will explore how we can continue to draw on the wealth of knowledge and practices of engagement led by our First Nation Australians. As you probably know, unless you haven't been watching any media, the Prime Minister has announced that there will be an election on the 21st of May. And so the caretaker period has now commenced. And so accordingly, I will limit my comments today to factual issues and matters of administration of government policy that has been announced already. I'd like to welcome everybody who is here today, the nearly 300 participants of the new Colombo Plan program, alumni and scholars for 21 and 22. I'd like to also acknowledge the diplomatic corps who are here today, heads of mission, Your Excellencies, and esteemed members, and senior figures from across our business landscape, academia, and some of Australia's key foreign policy think tanks. Like almost every part of Australia's interactions with the world, the NCP has, of course, been heavily impacted by the pandemic. The government, in response to the pandemic, closed Australia's international borders just over 2 years ago, and it was inevitable that the program would be changed and we would see an alteration of what we were doing. For the 79 NCP participants that were already studying or embedded with business in the region in March 2020, COVID meant an abrupt return to Australia. For those of you who were preparing to start your NCP journey, the pandemic forced a suspension of your plans. As dramatic as those steps were, COVID didn't bring the new Colombo Plan to a complete halt, as everybody here today knows. Rather, we quickly adapted our program to ensure that we could continue to deliver. We did this by connecting with the region virtually and through online professional development and wellbeing seminars, including our NCP Momentum series. Over 3,500 people, including NCP community and senior business and academic leaders, have taken part in these virtual sessions. Today, I'd like to extend DFAT's thanks to those who gave their valuable time through that process, including many of you who are here today. I'd especially like to thank NCP alumni who are giving back to the program through activities like these, supporting those who are coming after you and helping to make the networks gain through the NCP self-sustaining. We have an amazing group of alumni that we've generated in the last 8 years. Our alumni are working in business, industry, government, state, territory and Commonwealth, international organisations across the region, think tanks and research institutions, establishing their own social enterprises and connecting with community groups at all levels. And I'm going to call out some great examples. So like our 2016 Thailand scholar, Thomas de Jose, here with us today, the founder of Maisie Consultants, an Australian social enterprise working to provide water, sanitation and hygiene access for vulnerable communities across the Indo-Pacific. Also from 2016 with us today is Bronwyn Mercer, who studied in Singapore, who is now co-lead of the Australian chapter of the Sydney chapter of the Australian Women in Security Network, mentoring Australia's emerging cybersecurity talent. NCP alumni are truly an impressive representation of Australia, and that's why this program is so important. One of the great values of the NCP is the diversity of our scholars and alumni and unique perspectives they bring. From the 2022 scholar cohort, we have 21 scholars who are the first in their family to attend university, 12 scholars who identify as living with a disability, and 36 who speak a language other than English at home. We also value the diversity in what our scholars and mobility students choose to study. And I have to do a call out for the STEM subjects there, as you can see from my background, but it's great to see people from creative arts, management and commerce, engineering and technology. It is important that we have what I call diverse thinking, as well as those other diversity categories, people who approach a problem from different perspectives. During COVID, we continued to run our selection processes and now have a pipeline of scholars ready to go. Many of you are here today in this group. The good news is that the international borders are opening again, with progress in how we manage the spread of COVID, and with the impressive uptake of vaccines in Australia, we're able to get back to business this year. I know I travel in the region and I'm constantly keeping track of what's open without quarantine and how we can get to really important partners in our region. This year we're expecting more than 90 scholars to depart Australia to one of our 40 host locations. It's a good thing, and it's really important that we get back out there and ensure those people-to-people links are sustained. As much as the NCP offers profound experience and insights in those of you in the program, it has broader benefits as well, benefits that very much serve Australia's national interest. First of all, the NCP supports a new generation of Australian leaders to better understand our neighbours, learn a language and build connections that will last a lifetime. With those tools, you'll help make Australia better into the future, as well as understand the region in which we live. Second, the NCP promotes a richer understanding of Australia. So while you're out there, we want you to tell everybody about Australia. When you interact with communities in your host countries, you share our way of life, our way of doing business, our values and our worldview. During your time as an NCP scholar in the Indo-Pacific, you are representing Australia. And I know that each and every one of you are looking forward to doing that. These endeavours will never be more important. The world is, there's a lot happening in the world, as Auntie Violet explained to you. Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine has reinforced that fact. Surging oil prices are weighing on the economic recovery of many countries in our region after COVID, and the ripple effects are causing concern with food security. As NCP recipients, you will bring back valuable insights about how our neighbours see global issues, from climate change through to international security and major economic challenges. This enriches our whole-of-nation engagement with the Indo-Pacific now and in the years ahead. So building understanding and connections across our region is very much in Australia's national interest, and your involvement is an important part of that. I know from my own experience of leadership roles across economic, social and national security functions of the government, the leadership in all sectors is only enhanced by having a deep understanding and connection to our region. So I'm very glad at this point in 2022 that the NCP is shifting back into gear again, and with some of our scholars already back in Singapore, Malaysia, South Korea, Japan and Fiji. To those of you who are looking forward to taking part in the NCP, I'd like to thank you for all the hard work you've put into getting to this point, and much of this hard work I'm sure will be very rewarding. To those of you in business and academia who have strongly supported the NCP and increased its value through internships, I'd like to thank you for your contribution now and into the future. Government can set the direction, provide baseline support and so on, but the dynamicism of our engagement is driven by the ideas and commitment we find most often in the sorts of sectors that business and community represent. So thank you for your involvement, and we look forward to it continuing. And of course, thank you to our host locations represented here today by members of the Diplomatic Corps. We know that the best way to engage is people-to-people links, and that's why we are running this program. Without your support and the welcome of the people across the Indo-Pacific, the NCP would not be possible. With that, I'd like to congratulate everyone here today and wish you all the best for the future, for the NCP and your experience that lie ahead, and importantly, you as representatives of Australia. This is a rich and a rich country who wants to engage with its neighbours, who wants to be part of the Indo-Pacific, and you will be our ambassadors out there. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Campbell. It's really fantastic to hear your perspective, and you've really highlighted one of the incredible aspects about the New Colombo Plan, which is the diversity. Look around the room. We've got scholars and alumni here from across Australia, from a diverse range of backgrounds. So it's wonderful to have you all together. So now we're going to move into our first panel session. That's what these chairs are here for. I know you've been wondering. And the first panel is entitled The View to 2030, because we want you to have a bit of a forward gaze now. Where are we headed over the next 8 years? We're really lucky to have an informed and wide range of expertise on our panel this morning, and I would first like to welcome the panel facilitator, who is Susanna Patton. Susanna is a research fellow and project director in the Power and Diplomacy program at the Lowy Institute, and Susanna will introduce the rest of the panel members, who I'll invite onto the stage now too. So without further ado, over to Susanna. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shona, and it's a real privilege for me to be here this morning and to be chairing this wonderful panel on such an important topic of the view out to 2030. So let me briefly introduce the panel and set the scene for the conversation that we'll have over the next 45 minutes or so. So first we have Christine Clark, Australia's Ambassador for Women and Girls. We're joined by Doug Ferguson, the New South Wales Chairman and Head of Asia and International Markets at KPMG. John Wellard, the Policy Director International at Universities Australia, and Ellie Williams, Director of Australia-Indonesia Consulting and a PhD candidate here at ANU. So the theme for this discussion is the view out to 2030, and we'll be discussing the changes that we'll see in Australia and our region over the next 8 or so years, what they mean for Australia's connections to the region, the opportunities, including through programs like the New Colombo Plan, and the impact that these changes will have on the opportunities that you'll all face during your careers. So to kick off our discussion, I'm going to ask each of our speakers to give their view on what the region looks like in 2030. How does it look compared to where we are today? What are the key trends shaping the region? And what's that going to mean for young Australians such as yourselves who are looking to kickstart their careers in the Indo-Pacific and participate in the New Colombo Plan? So I'll turn over to our speakers in the order that they're sitting, and I'll start with you, Christine. Can you give us your view on the view out to 2030?
Thanks, Susanna. It probably is no surprise to these very intelligent people in this room that COVID-19 is really challenging the region, and it will continue to challenge the region for a protracted period of time. We're dealing with, the intersectionality of climate change, conflict, instability, and against that we're trying to advance gender equality. Gender inequality is a real challenge, and the assessment has been made. We were tracking, we were moving toward the goal of gender equality, and we were already facing the likelihood that that would take us around 100 years. COVID-19 has pushed that back a further 36 years. So we're starting behind where we started. But the things that we really need to address and what we've observed is that women are shouldering the burden, the economic burden of COVID-19 because of the industries that they're primarily employed in the hospitality, and though, primarily hospitality, tourist industries in the Pacific. One of the statistics that really concerns me greatly is the increase in gender-based violence that has occurred as a result of COVID-19. It has seriously increased, and I can get to some statistics later, but I think we sort of need to move across. The increase in unpaid domestic labour for women as they meet the caring responsibilities and those other responsibilities that come with COVID-19. The impact on girls' education. Many girls will not return to school once schools reopen. That is a real challenge for us. We need them to return to school. We need those opportunities to increase. The unavailability of sexual and reproductive health care for women and girls is a real issue. And so we need, all of those things to be a part of our focus as we move forward, and ensuring that development in the Indo-Pacific and global recovery actually gives a voice to women and girls, that they are included in the conversations. They're not just in the room serving tea and coffee, they're actually at the table making decisions and having their voices heard. And we need you to be part of that conversation of how we empower those young women to get in the room and the older women to get in the room and have their voices heard. These new connections that the Secretary was talking about will help us to grow understanding in the region of what is possible. By your actual presence, you will be able to have those conversations with people about growing those opportunities for women and trying to counter the lost development that's occurred. One of the other challenges for us in the region is the geostrategic competition. That will make connections that you make a little more difficult, a little more challenging, but you need to be aware of those and work through those, and there is education available to you on how to do that. But what I would like to say is you have a wonderful opportunity to be part of what 2030 actually looks like in the region. You can bring your influence to bear to empower women and girls in our region.
That's great, and I think we can come back to that topic of how the New Colombo plan can be part of that change in terms of women's empowerment later in our discussion. But I'll throw it to Doug now for your thoughts on this question.
Thanks, Susanna, and thanks, Christine. Can I add my congratulations to you all for receiving scholarships? Can I thank the alumni and members of the Diplomatic Corps and the NCP Secretariat that have done an outstanding job in bringing this together today. 2030, gosh, if I do the maths, I'll be 55. That's a bit scary, and don't worry, you'll be 28 or 29. You'll be in the midst of your career. You'll be taking on leadership roles, hopefully progressing Australia's role and engagement with the region. So this is the start of a really important journey for each of you, and I would grab it with both hands, and especially the next couple of days, those that were here yesterday and those that are going to be here tomorrow. So we only have to look to understand what's going to be looking like in 5 to 8 years. Think about what's happened in the last 5 years in our region. So much has fundamentally shifted. China, under President Xi, has changed direction, has become far more assertive in its foreign policy settings. The US, under firstly President Trump, slightly withdrew from the region, and under President Biden are re-engaging. We've seen Australia as a middle power play a really important role in adapting to our reality of being a major trade partner with China and a major military alliance partner with the US. And we've played an instrumental role in bringing the Quad together, AUKUS. We're supporting the rules-based order, the WTO, the World Bank, all of the things that have been incredibly important for stability of our region and protecting human rights and the climate. So a lot has changed. Australia's played a leading role. If we look forward for the next 5 to 8 years, I'm afraid it's going to be continually bumpy. And I've come up with 6 Ds, Doug's 6 Ds. Bear with me. The first D is disruption. Constant geostrategic competition is going to lead to geopolitical contest in the region. We're not through with COVID. It isn't done with us yet, and many countries in our region are in various stages of COVID battles, and it will impact us now and into the future. And perhaps the biggest battle is the one for climate and also social equity. Massive disruption, first D. Second D, decoupling. We've seen Australia, as I've mentioned, lead the formation of AUKUS, the Quad. We're a member of Five Eyes. We support the WTO, the United Nations and the World Bank. Some of our major regional partners have joined a different team, which has been called the Arc of Autocracy. So we can expect some decoupling to continue in the areas of the internet, in areas of financial services like currencies, laws, and also freedom of media and the way that we treat media. The third D is the constant digital transformation. And that can be applied very generally, but if you think about trade, we're going to move to a digital trade currency around blockchain that's going to remove a lot of the language and cultural barriers that have been a real hindrance to trade in our region, and it's going to help us expedite trade and quality standards, but digital transformation's a big one. The fourth D is diversification. Frankly, Australia has had an incredible run with China, but when it gets up to 40 or 50% of our total exports going to one market, we needed to change anyway. We've got great relationships in many other countries. We've got FTAs in place with Indonesia, with India now, with the UK. We're working on one with the EU. So diversification is something that you're all going to have to play a role in as emerging business leaders, so that we have balance and we can also have more reliability on our inbound supply chain and investment corridors. The fifth D is defence. The merger of defence with business around things like AI, quantum science, biotechnology and space. So defence and business are going to align. The private sector is going to have to support defence and national security. And the final D is decarbonisation, and I think we all know what I'm talking about there. So 6 Ds: disruption, decoupling, digital transformation, diversification, defence and decarbonisation. Have you all got it? Thank you.
That's great, and that gives us it's a great sort of horizon scan that I think we can come back to in the conversation. So, John, can I get your views? How do you see these changes, and how are they affecting universities in particular?
Sure. Sorry.
I was late, so I got the bad microphone, which I apologise for in advance. So, look, I will concentrate my comments on universities. I think Doug's pretty much done a very good coverage of some of the points I would have raised, but I think in terms of the university perspectives going out to 2030, it's issues around diversification, as has been mentioned, both in terms of where students may come from, in terms of international student markets, where we send students to in terms of outward bound mobility, but also who we do research with. And that research dimension is going to be a fraught one for universities moving forward. And cohorts such as yourself play an important role in that, because you actually act as sort of the vanguard, so to speak, in terms of a lot of our soft diplomacy efforts. But there's an imperative for Australia to be engaged internationally, both in the region as well as in other regions, in terms of our research capability, just by virtue of the fact that whilst we're a very productive research nation and we have a fantastic research enterprise, we're reliant upon international collaboration. And to do that, we need to maintain relationships with countries that are important to us from a research perspective. And those are countries that are currently in favour, for want of a better word, from a geopolitical perspective, and some of those countries that perhaps form part of the axes that Doug mentioned. And the question is how we go about doing that. How do we maintain those sorts of links? And so there's a bit of a tension at the moment in terms of the way the government would like us to do research and the way that research actually happens. And we as universities have to find the balance. But a high degree of uncertainty. A lot of the initiatives and thinking that was probably in place back in 2018 has been put by the wayside. And so we're going to have to reinvent ourselves in many respects in terms of what happens by the time we get to 2030. But as I said, I think the importance of these sorts of programs, the NCP, can't be understated in these sorts of situations. Despite the geopolitical tensions, despite the rhetoric that comes from various governments in relation to government-to-government relationships, the education relationship between Australia and other countries remains strong and will continue to remain strong. And that's where you guys and the program that you're in becomes so important. And it sounds like I'm kind of over-egging it a little bit, but it is of primary importance for Australia that programs such as the new Colombo Plan continue and develop and provide that service to Australia. But there's also thinking within the sector about what NCP might look like in 10 years' time as well. And we've touched a little bit about First Nation populations and whether we need to be looking at ways in which we can engage our Indigenous communities in more meaningful and deeper ways through the new Colombo Plan. So that's perhaps looking at other target countries, looking at programs that specifically support Indigenous outward bound mobility students. So they can have the experiences that are important to them and important to the Indigenous communities, but also important to the First Nation communities that they want to engage with in other countries. But a high degree of uncertainty. Universities are coming out of what has been a fairly tough period for them over the last couple of years. To be honest with you, I think we're looking to sort of try and, I don't want to say balance the books, but right the ship, use whatever metaphor you like, between now and the end of the year, because at the end of the day, our job is as educators, our job is as researchers, our job is to make sure that we provide you guys with the facilities and the experiences that you need in terms of your education journey. And so the priority is on that at this point in time. We do have one eye in the future, of course, and we're very interested in things that are happening in terms of AUKUS and the Quad. Obviously, we're not diplomats. We leave that to the professionals. But I think it is quite telling that both in terms of the Quad, both in terms of the Australia-India relationship, that one of the things that the government has really pushed, one of the things that we really support, is that idea of student mobility. And so we have the Quad fellowships, which we are keen supporters of. We have the Materi fellowships from India, which will see Indian students coming to Australia. And we think this is the future. We've had a pivot away from some other countries. The focus is going to be on these other fellowships, these new range of fellowships, how we're going to support them. And so I think it's it's going to be a constant case of perhaps decoupling, to use one of Doug's Ds, and recoupling. So we'll be doing our own pivoting and supporting those sorts of programs moving forward. I guess the other thing too is just Australia's role in terms of providing opportunities for people in the region through more unconventional means. And so I'm thinking of things such as short courses, micro-credentials. We talk a lot about the need for upskilling in the area of medtech, fintech, choose whatever tech you like. Australia has worked very hard over the last couple of years to look at ways in which we can provide short courses. There's been regulatory changes made by government that's allowed us to deliver them offshore online, and I think that is going to be one of the major ways that Australia contributes to the well-being of the region over the next few years.
And last, we'll hear from Ellie. You've had a long experience of working with Australia's student mobility programs, especially in Indonesia and elsewhere. How do you see things evolving over the next 8 years out to 2030?
Thanks, Susanna. Look, first and foremost, I'd like to also thank Auntie Violet for that wonderful welcome to country and extend my thank yous and respect to the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people whose land we meet on today. and I'd like to extend that respect to other First Nations people with us today as well. Like Doug, I'd also like to say a huge congratulations to all of you in the room. It is wonderful to see so many NCP scholars and alumni, business champions, university partners, everybody in the room gathered together again face to face. It's so nice not to be looking at Zoom tiles. So welcome to you all. Welcome to the ANU.
They'd be about this big if we... They'd all be about this big if we were looking at thumbnails.
Tiny screens. Look, thanks, Susanna, for the question. As we've been hearing a lot about this morning, you know, Secretary Campbell spoke about it, Christine's just spoken about it as well. There are many challenges in our region, you know, climate change, gender equality, social inclusion, you know, recovery from COVID, both economically and strengthening health systems, ensuring the stability of democracies in our region. These are all incredibly important challenges that we face together. But I think more important than that, underpinning our response to these challenges as regional partners is actually focusing on the quality and the health of our bilateral relationships in the region. We can't do this work together if we don't actually have functioning and respectful bilateral relationships. So, to take an example with Indonesia, just last week, Lowy released their poll looking at what Indonesia thinks of the world. And in that, I think there's some pretty alarming statistics that we see 55% of Indonesians don't have trust in Australia to do the right thing in the region, in the world. This is actually more alarming when you think that this is a 20% drop since the 2011 polling data that Lowy did. And of course, Susanna, correct me on these numbers if they're incorrect at all, but a 20% drop since 2011 when that poll was last conducted. So what does this actually say about the quality of that relationship and the way that our neighbours perceive us? I think this is really important to think through in terms of our relationships in the region and if we're getting them right. We need to get these relationships right. We need to get public diplomacy right in our region. The new Colombo plan, of course, is an incredible part of all of that, and as we've been hearing this morning already, you all have a role to play in that. If we focus it back to looking towards 2030 and the role that you can all play in this, we know that there's 60% of the world's young people that live in the Indo-Pacific region. So in the next 8 years, moving towards tackling these issues, you'll all be playing an important role in that work in building the connections as you go out into the region. And for those alumni that are in the community here today, as you're reflecting how you do that work when you come back to Australia, how you maintain those connections with the people that you met in the region. This is really important work. And I think we only need to look at the sort of enduring connections that we've seen with previous scholarship programs like the old Colombo Plan, or now the Australia Awards, to look at the way that those connections and those relationships can be built between individuals and then can actually impact the government-to-government level as well. So it's really important, and I think all of you can play a role in that moving towards 2030 as young people in the region.
Thank you. Maybe we can just stay with you now, Ellie, for my next question, which is how do you think the new Colombo plan has already changed Australia's relationships with countries in the region, and how will it continue to do that over the next period of time?
Yeah, thank you, Susanna. Look, as I mentioned, I think, you know, we know over many years we've seen the effects and we've seen the results of international education as a form of public diplomacy. When you look at it along with, you know, a suite of activities that the Australian government runs, tourism, cultural diplomacy, sports diplomacy and the like, education, international education in particular, as a form of public diplomacy works. It builds these relationships, it encourages you out into the region to make these connections with people your own age and then form those friendships and maintain those friendships for many years. I mentioned just before the old Colombo Plan, now the Australia Awards. We've seen these connections endure over many years through those scholars. But for the NCP, if we look at the last 8 years alone, you know, we now have a community of more than 70,000 young people in Australia who've gone out to the Indo-Pacific region. Between 2014 to 2019, we saw an 83% increase in the number of Australian students travelling to the Indo-Pacific, understanding our nearest neighbours, having those experiences of being in the region and building friendships. And this is not, you know, these are not insignificant numbers. This is quite substantial. But more importantly, I think when we look at that, the numbers only tell one part of the story. And one of the things that I'm really interested in my research here at the ANU, looking at the NCP and relationship building in particular, is when we think of this as part of our public diplomacy and our people-to-people engagement, our soft power, I almost think that the term soft power is a bit of a misnomer. It implies that it's easy, it doesn't take work, it doesn't take investment. But we know that it does. We know that building effective and enduring relationships in our region does take time, and it does take investment. And the NCP for the past 8 years has been a wonderful step in the right direction in doing that. The numbers alone, as I mentioned, they point to that. They show the kinds of engagement we've been having. The examples that we heard from earlier from Secretary Campbell about what alumni have been achieving since they've returned home. This paints a picture of the kinds of engagement we can see, which is really important. But I think we can extend that even further. When we look to 2030 and we look at what the next 8 years of the NCP might actually be, I think we need to really think about a couple of things in particular. The first of these is looking at how we engage with our host communities. I think host communities are so important to the NCP. They're on the ground. This is where you'll be living and studying and interning, the people you're meeting every day when you're over there and the relationships you're building in these communities. I want to see the host communities. I think there is a much greater role they can play in the design and the planning and the evaluation of the NCP, and to see them really engaged and involved in that. Secondly, I hear time and time again from students who return from their NCP experiences and say, I had the most incredible experience, I learnt the language, I'm so passionate about this now, I'm carving out my path, I know what I want to do, but I've come back and there's no room in my degree to study a language. I've come back and I've got no more Asia-focused electives. So what do we do for these students? We've piqued their interest, we know that they want to work back in this region and this is a path for them, but if we're not actually embedding the NCP as part of degree structures by funding Asian languages and funding Asia-Pacific studies in our degree structures, we're only doing half the work. Finally, I also think that there is a role for our students when they return from an NCP program, and we can be embedding this in the community more, if they can see and have the visibility in employability that their skills are valued. And Doug will probably speak more on this in a moment, but things like job advertisements, things like position descriptions, when students are seeing that their skills are valued in selection criteria in job ads, and not just in the desirable, but in the essential. So I think there's a greater role that business can play here in terms of actually saying, we value your skills. We want it to be essential that you can speak an Asian language, essential that you've had experience interning in the region, and we're going to hire you and then promote you later and have that visibility that says we value Indo-Pacific skills. I think they're all really important in terms of how we embed the NCP.
That's really fascinating, and I'm going to come back to John on the question about how the NCP can fit into university studies, and to Doug on the question about employability and skills. But first, I thought I might ask you, Christine. You spoke earlier about the challenges in the rise of gender-based violence, discrimination against women in our region. But also we've heard about the potential of the new Colombo plan to be a force for change in our bilateral relationships. Is there potential for the new Colombo plan to play a role in actually addressing some of the problems of gender discrimination, to empower women both in Australia and our region? And how can the scholars who are going out to study in the Indo-Pacific engage with some of the potentially gendered perspectives and be a force for change?
Thanks, Susanna. Something that I'm particularly passionate about, because you are all a force for change. You can take your knowledge, of what is fair with you. But my first thing is you need to be culturally competent. You need to be across the country that you are going to and understand the complexities that are impacting women. Gender is but one of them. If you then and this comes to your awareness that Ellie was talking about, of doing your environmental scan of where you are and how the intersection of religion, class, disability and gender and a whole range of other things actually impact the ability on women to contribute in an economic sense. I've attended events recently on impact investing, so how you draw money into women's businesses. There are micro businesses, and then there are small and medium enterprises that you can lend your knowledge and advice to, that women are running. They run micro businesses simply to put food on the table for their families. And so how do we actually get across all of the things that are impacting women? We need to hear their voices. You need to be present in a conversation, understand what the issues actually are, and lean into that community in a sensitive, culturally sensitive way that actually makes a difference. And I'll just share a really simple example from my former life in uniform. And I was the Defence Advisor and Attaché to New Zealand, Cook Islands and Chile. And on a visit to the Cook Islands, my very first visit in uniform, we were there for Defence Cooperation Program talks, an important part of the Defence connection that Doug was talking about. And in my scan of the environment, I found that there were no women in the police maritime wing and the maritime wing in the Cook Islands operates the patrol boat that Australia has gifted, one of the Guardian class patrol boats, in their case still the Pacific patrol boat. But there were no women in the maritime wing. And I said to the police commissioner quite casually, I don't see any women in the maritime wing. Are they not on duty? It's a very loaded question. I knew they weren't on duty. They didn't actually have a job there. And he said, oh no, we don't have any women in the maritime wing. And I said, why is that? And he said, I don't think they want to join. I said, could I talk to them? And he said, pardon? I said, could I talk to them? And he said, well, yes. He said, I'd like to know why they don't want to join. And I said, great. And he said, and I just left it and we went on with the rest of the meeting. And he came back at the end and he said, so if I arranged a meeting, would you have time to meet with them this time, or would it need to wait until next time you come? Oh, no, this time will be fine. So he actually brought in all of the police women, those who were on duty and those who were off duty, so that I could have a conversation with them. And so I didn't know what I was going to find when I actually sat down with them. And far different outfit to what I have on today. I was in my lovely white navy uniform with all of the bling and looking quite intimidating. And I pointed out to them that this wasn't intimidating. It was a position of privilege that I was prepared to use to further their cause. That it was not about me, it was about them, but what I could use this position for to actually help them. And once I'd broken that issue, we got all sorts of conversations going. Who'd have thought? One of their greatest concerns was they didn't know how to swim. My stupid brain had said, you live on a Pacific island, surely you can swim. Well, Aussies get taught how to swim at school. They don't get taught how to swim. I can send you an Australian Defence Force female physical training instructor to teach you how to swim. Oh, issue gone. Let's talk about, and they'd seen that the men had joined the maritime wing and they'd only ever stayed there. They hadn't rotated back into the general police service, so they thought that they would not be able to have families because they would always be at sea. We can do some workforce planning. And just gradually, just sitting in the conversation and having that backwards and forwards free flow to understand what the actual issues were. And then I went back and had the conversation with the police commissioner with their permission and took the head of the Cook Islands Police Service women's group with me, and we had a conversation. there are now 2 women in the maritime wing of the Cook Islands Police Service, and they are in Australia currently studying to sail back the new Guardian class patrol boat. So that's a simple but effective win. And you can build on that. It is really sitting in those conversations, hearing them. And a phrase that I have, a hashtag even, that I've heard in the disability group is not about us without us. And I think that is the key to it, is we can foster this growth in the region, we can empower women if we walk with them, we walk beside them, we don't stand behind them. They do need our support. They do potentially need our advocacy to have their voices heard. And so be with them on the journey.
Thank you, Christine, for sharing that lovely story. And I think it's just a wonderful example of how being curious and asking the right questions done in a sensitive way can really be something tremendously positive. So I think that's wonderful that you shared that with us. And perhaps it's a good segue to turn back to Doug and talk about this question about cultural competence and how having skills and experience of the countries in our region can be brought to bear in the workplace. We heard Ellie mention earlier about the challenges that some New Colombo Plan scholars find when they come back to Australia in terms of translating what they've learned into sort of employment reality. Are you able to give your perspective on those questions about, let's call it Indo-Pacific literacy?
I'll have a crack. So I think, you're already in a very strong position in terms of employability. I've sat on the panels to interview scholars before, and I'm blown away by the diversity, the intelligence, the very high university marks that show consistent application. But most importantly, 2 things. One is the focus on community service, which I think is increasingly a really important standout in your CV or your LinkedIn profile, a sense of giving rather than taking, and also your interest and your courage to take yourself out of your comfort zone and go into an international market. So you're in a very strong position, and it's what you do from here to soak up as much valuable experience. And then when you come back, as our alumni know, there are pathways, whether it's attending the Lowy Institute or Asia Link or the Asia Society or other platforms that have been built to ensure that you can stay in touch with the business leaders as junior members to stay updated and have a voice in the shaping of foreign policy, because these organisations do feed directly into government. So, a bit of a personal story since we're telling stories. I started my career as a university student at UTS, and in 1995 I got a scholarship to go to Taiwan and learn Mandarin Chinese. And that was the start of my unbelievable career to date. I had an amazing year over there. For those of you that were born, I had at the time, it was the first presidential elections in Taiwan. The Chinese didn't like it, so they started firing missiles off the northern tip of Taiwan. The US moved 2 aircraft carriers in there, and my mum and dad at home were having apoplectic fits. But I was there, and I was fairly, casual. I was so young, I didn't really worry about it too much. But whilst I was there, we had earthquakes, we had typhoons, we had incredibly interesting food, and it just shaped me. And I decided from that point on that I was going to try and carve a career out of an Asia focus. And I have. I joined KPMG as a graduate. As soon as I qualified as a chartered accountant, I moved to Hong Kong, then to Beijing, and then to Hong Kong, and then I worked across the region on the Lehman Brothers liquidation, and finally came home in 2012 to run our Asia business here. So it can be done, and you're in the perfect position to continue these sorts of experiences. Not only is it good for you, but it's really important for our country. In terms of employment, you're coming into the market at an incredibly good time. We have a shortage of people, but do stay focused not only on the technical content, and if you're into digital, cyber, AI, space, biotechnology, renewable energy, well done. But if you're into law, accounting, management, HR, philosophy, arts and culture, also fantastic and directly applicable to the future that we have. I think it's just a matter of making sure that you amplify your profile around the New Colombo Plan experience. It really does stand out in a market where we're looking for all-rounders, not just technically brilliant people. So I'll probably pause there, Susanna.
Yeah, no, thank you, Doug. And I mean, your mention of just the range of disciplines and academic backgrounds that that students are coming from on the New Colombo Plan is really useful. And perhaps, John, can I invite you to weigh in here, really on anything that we've been discussing? But I thought Ellie made an interesting observation about the need to embed the New Colombo Plan experience within what students are studying at university, within the broader range of experiences that's available to them. Are you able to speak to that?
I can have a crack. I was sitting here thinking I need to come up with a personal story to, and sadly, I work in policy and advocacy, and I have no good stories to share. But I will come back to one thing that is personal, but I'll get to that at some point. Look, I think from our perspective at least, universities, and there are university people here today who can probably speak to this much better than what I can, are doing everything they can to afford as much flexibility to students as they possibly can in terms of their course of study. So the sort of degree that I did in the good old days, a 4-year honours degree, a little bit of choice in terms of electives, but very structured in terms of what you did. Not that the New Colombo Plan was around at that point in time. That was several years ago. Just afforded no ability to actually engage in those sorts of programs. As we move towards modular degrees, double degrees, higher flexibility in terms of what you can study, when you can study, changes to modes of delivery, and I think this is going to be one of the things we'll see as an outcome of the pandemic, is not necessarily reversion to online delivery, but an inclusion of online into some courses that may not have had it in the past, so as to create more flexibility for students, is going to lead to a situation of where the sorts of limitations that have been placed on integrating New Colombo Plan type activities into the curriculum are removed. It's never going to be simple, because one of the things that we would like to see, to go to Doug's point about disciplines, is that the New Colombo Plan is not just about students studying PPE or international relations or whatever it happens to be. It should be for students who are interested in having an international experience, students who want to develop that cultural competency, students who feel as though they've got something that they could actually contribute. And so we would like to see students from courses such as those ones I mentioned, but also in the creative industries, in arts and social sciences, students doing philosophy, students doing veterinarian studies, whatever it happens to be. And we think that's an important point for us to focus on as we progress. But what happens after the NCP, to go to Ellie's point about students coming back and not having much else? And this is where my fantastic personal story comes into play. So I did do the traditional undergraduate, then I came to this fantastic institution here and to do my PhD. And I had a very proactive supervisor who said, look, there's this fantastic program called the Endeavour Awards. Maybe you might want to do one of those. And I thought, well, I don't know what it is, but it sounds pretty good. And my one piece of advice to you, although you probably don't need it now, is just look out for the opportunities. There's no such thing as a bad choice in many respects. The choice that you don't make is the bad choice. But anyway, so he said to me, look, you can go overseas for a few months and do some of your study overseas. So I did 6 months in Oxford, as far away from the Indo-Pacific region as you could possibly imagine. My big regret is not so much about going to Oxford. My big regret is the fact that I've never learnt an Asian language. And in many respects, at my advanced age, it's probably not going to happen. So I am sort of monolingual in many respects. Anyway, the Endeavour program, fantastic. So more flexibility, students and also people who have graduated at various stages of their career can go out. Now, we don't have that type of program now, which I think is actually a shame. Unfortunately, it ceased a couple of years ago, and there's now a gap in our ability to actually provide senior students, postgraduate students, other sorts of students with the opportunity, and students in other sectors as well, with that opportunity to go and have a mobility experience, an outward bound mobility experience, as well as students coming the other way. And we'd like to see that rectified at some point in time. We're not a government organisation, we're not in caretaker mode, so we can kind of say what we like about what governments should do, and we'd possibly go to government and say, look, this is an idea that we'd like you to consider, whoever comes in following the election in May sometime, to sort of try and have a continuity, to have a continuum, if you like, of mobility experiences. I think I mentioned in my initial statement that the importance of the new Colombo plan, and I don't want to use the term soft diplomacy, I might use the term track 2 diplomacy. How does that sound? That is right, but soft diplomacy does sound a little bit passive, and it's not passive at all. It's one of the fundamental things that we have in our arsenal in Australia that we probably under-recognise and underutilise. We put in a submission to the government's review of soft diplomacy a number of years ago, and we probably spent half of our submission talking about the benefits of international education, both in terms of recruiting as well as outward bound. There's a lot of focus on the economic benefits of international education, and don't get me wrong, we recognise that. But the thing that we treasure, cherish, support more than anything else is the familiarity, the understanding, the cultural cross-connectivity that comes with actually sending young, smart, enthusiastic people from our country to another country and receiving those students. And we think that is one of the primary reasons that we will continue to advocate and support for NCP. But the issue around the recognition of the skills that come through or with cross-cultural competency, through international exchange, through inter-country experience, is sort of an interesting one in terms of our skills program moving forward. And probably the one thing I didn't touch on when I talked about what the future holds is there's going to be a lot of conversation about how Australia feels its skills gaps. We're going to need people such as yourself, domestically trained, qualified, potentially leaving the country, but then coming back and filling those skills gaps. But we're also going to need people from international jurisdictions coming to Australia to actually fill some of those skills gap as well. And I think there's actually a lot of work to be done to make sure that we actually recognise the contribution that those people can actually make to our and I don't want to use the term labour shortages because that doesn't sound quite right. It's actually skills. It's high skills. It's very high skills in many respects. It's not about people coming and flipping burgers and driving your Uber. It's the people who actually are the GPs. It's the people who are working in places, things such as AI, medtech and what have you. And there's a bit of work to be done in terms of making sure that we have the mechanisms in place to recognise qualifications. Having you guys spend time overseas, work with those people, come back, move into government, become employers, I think that actually helps because you recognise what those people bring and the fact that they can be valuable contributors to our economy.
Thanks, John. So we're reaching the end of our time. So as we wrap up, I'm going to ask each of our panellists in reverse order to how we started to give their kind of key piece of advice or tip that they would have if they were starting their career in the Indo-Pacific today. But I thought, Ellie, you haven't had a chance to tell a story.
Oh.
So if you have a story you would like to tell us, then feel free to do so as well.
Okay. Well, thank you. Well, I guess like Doug, my career and my journey really got started through in-country study, but to Indonesia, not to Taiwan. But well before that, it was through language. So my real passion is, you may have picked this up, is around languages. And it really set me on my path. So I was very fortunate to study Indonesian at primary school, at high school, and then at university. I also did my undergrad at UTS. And it was part of the International Studies degree program and combined with communications. So 5-year degree, double degree, and 4th year is overseas. So I was very lucky to spend a year in Indonesia, as many of you in the audience have and will do. And I mean, I can't even express or understate the impact that this has had on my life. The people that I met, the relationships that I forged, but you know, the things that you see that you're not expecting to see, the way that it allows you to see the world through a different perspective and to understand completely different worldviews to your own, to understand the way that time works differently, the way that social hierarchies are organised differently, the way that people socialise differently. You know, and these are the moments of, you know, people write them off, I think, as culture shock, and it's challenging, and they're very disorienting and discombobulating when you're in them. But I think it really is in those moments, if you grapple with them and you push through with them, that is where the real change happens for you personally, and certainly for me, that's where change happened for me in my worldview. So to go back to the original question around, I guess, a piece of advice, for those of you who are about to head out to the region, I would really encourage you to keep an open mind and to be curious, but really to take, you know, say yes to opportunities. We've been talking about this a lot this morning. You know, the NCP is an incredibly privileged opportunity that you all have. And I think part of that is a responsibility as well. And it's a responsibility to engage positively and proactively with your host communities, learn the language, to learn about their culture and to be curious about it. But saying yes to those things, and in particular, saying yes to having a different perspective. And I think in doing that, seeing what you might learn by seeing the world in a different way. That would be my piece of advice to those of you going out. And for those of you who've already been out in the region and you're back in Australia, again, taking the time to reflect on what you have learnt from that experience and how you now see the world differently and can contribute those skills and apply that knowledge to making Australia a more diverse and inclusive place in our region.
John?
I don't think I can add much more. Really, it's about saying yes to the opportunity. As I said, there's no such thing as a bad decision, really. It's when you put yourself in a situation where you try to risk manage things and you just take that overly conservative approach, it's just lost opportunity. So the transformative impact of an international experience is fantastic. I don't think it can be replicated in any other way. I think also the one point that I probably haven't really reflected on, but we discuss quite a lot within our own organisation, is the impact of technology on international experiences too. And so it's how you actually have that truly immersive experience whilst at the same time having technology at your fingertips to stay in contact with friends and family. And so you sort of have like it's a quasi-immersion experience where you're kind of immersed, but you've still got those contacts back home, which is probably very different to perhaps the sort of experience I had, where I used to have to line up to use the public phone to call my mum when I was overseas. So say yes to the opportunity. Take advantage of the opportunities that then arise. Don't think you've scaled that hurdle and that's it. I think once you get to wherever your destination happens to be, there are going to be other opportunities that you should take advantage of, and you should be prepared to take advantage of those. Take advantage of the stresses and the concerns and the problems that plague international experiences. You get over there and some of them are really minor things, like shops not being open on the weekend, or the fact that there are religious activities which just close businesses down for days, or whatever it happens to be. There's a myriad of them, and just kind of chill and say, okay, well, that's how it is. And that's where the learning comes from, experiencing those sorts of things, to realise that, your day-to-day existence in Australia is not the only existence. There are all these other things taking place. And last but not least, just enjoy yourself. This is one of the best times in your life, and go over there and take advantage of the things that are offered to you. I'm very envious. I don't think I have to tell you to learn a language. I think you guys have probably already done that. But if you haven't, go out and learn one. An Asian language would probably be good. Don't do German, that doesn't help. I've done that. No good in the Asia Pacific region, or not particularly good. Make sure that when you come back, you do reflect on what you've done, and there will be so many transferable skills that come out of that experience that you probably haven't really thought about. And sometimes it's good to talk to other people who have gone through the process as well, and you start to identify all of these things that are going to be eminently attractive to employers moving forward.
Doug?
Okay, I'll be a bit more elderly or mature here. I'd say first and foremost, be safe and be careful where you're going. A lot of things are very different. So 2 eyes, 2 ears, trust your gut and speak later. There's a lot of differences, and I do encourage you to not take an Australian attitude and a cultural tradition of speaking first and loudest. You know, really sit back, watch, listen, and then talk, and in a way that is respectful to the host community that you're living in. I think there's a great opportunity not just to study the technical content, but to learn and immerse yourself in language. Do a short course. You'll be amazed if you apply yourself how quickly you'll pick things up. You're sponges at this age, so you'll do very well. Learn a language, and most importantly, don't just hang out with the other foreign students. You know, really put yourself test yourself every day by putting yourself into the local market. I've lived in Beijing for a long time, and I used to observe at the local bar all the foreign students, all the Americans and the Canadians and the Aussies all sitting together drinking beers. I think that's great, but you're kind of missing the point here. You know, get out and eat at the local cafes and meet friends that are local students, and start to build a regional network. The next thing is, let's all link in, okay? Tell your stories along the way. We've told you some of our stories today, but we'd love to hear how you're going as you're experiencing amazing things. Start to share. It reflects very positively, hopefully, on the NCP. But do share your insights and stories, because they're very powerful. And you know, I can remember some great examples over the years. You know, Dominic McCarthy and Talini Rajapaksa. We've had some James Fairley have done great jobs around coming back. And that's my final point: is the government here is investing in you. There is a sense that you have to go on with the job as much as you personally can, be your best, and give back as an alumni and as an ambassador while you're overseas, but give back to the Australian people and to our economy, and be leaders, because we're investing in you and we have great hopes for you. So otherwise, again, like we've been through a pretty terrible couple of years, have fun, you know, really have a lot of fun, and get some great life experience. Thank you.
Christine?
Thanks. I'd offer that you follow me via Twitter, and there will be information coming out to you regularly via AusAmbGender. So you'll be able to find out what I'm doing in the region, and I'm planning to get out very shortly. So if I am in your country and we can connect, I offer that opportunity to check in with you and see how you're going, provide that now friendly face from home. So please do check in. To reiterate some of what others have said, this is the accumulation phase of your career. Accumulate those experiences. You know, gather all of that. Don't say no to an opportunity. Don't ever say no to, would you like to? Your first answer should be yes, providing it's safe to take dose. But look for those opportunities, take them. They are there, and you know, through that cultural immersion piece, you will actually get to experience the lives of the people that you are working with, and that will enrich your experience. And please don't drop that when you get back. Those personal connections enrich your life. I mean, we've talked about your business life and all the rest of it, but they actually enrich your lives and theirs. So keep those connections going and live your dreams. And to prove that you can learn language at a little older age, I'm going to share with you my Te Reo Māori whakatoki, my Māori proverb, which is kia hiku e na waka, koutou ki te tai e pari ana. which in English is a rising tide lifts all boats. Be that tide, lift your fellow friends.
Well, thank you. That's a beautiful note for us to end on. I think this is so much more optimistic and enjoyable conversation than the ones I normally have, which are about many of the challenges that we face, which have no real solutions. And it's just a privilege to have moderated such an uplifting conversation about the opportunities that you're all going to have to really you know, be a force for connecting Australia with the region over the next decade or more. So thank you so much for your time and attention, and to our wonderful panel for their remarks.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Susanna, and thank you to our panel. I'm going to ask our panel to please stay seated, if you don't mind. We're going to get a few photos of you in a moment. But right now, we are about to move into morning tea, which I know you're probably all very excited about. So we'll have morning tea back out in the atrium, and that will run until about 10:30. And following morning tea, we have then breaking up into those group sessions that you have all signed up to already. I hope you remember which one you've signed up to. Now, if you don't remember which one it is, or you're looking to see which room and breakout space you're supposed to be in, you can find all that information on the NCP Summit website. Now, you've all got a name tag. If you flip your name tag over, there's a QR code. You scan the code, you get to the website. Pretty good, huh? So please check that out. And for those that actually don't have a name tag yet because you were a bit too late to register, please head back outside to the registration desk and do feel free to register for the summit out there. Thank you. One more little point of admin is those of you that do have dietary requirements and that you've registered with us, please go to the main bar when you're outside for your morning tea, and your personalised dietary requirements will be there with your name on them. If you have dietary requirements that you haven't registered with us, please do let the staff at the main bar know about those, and I'm sure we can accommodate them. So it's been a fantastic morning. We've had such a wonderful and rich discussion here from our panel. When you go back out to morning tea, I would encourage you to ask your fellow scholars and alumni to tell their personal story, and then also test them to see if they can remember Doug's 6 Ds. Just an idea. All right, have a fantastic day, and I look forward to seeing you a bit later on. Thank you.
Great. Great. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had a chance to grab some afternoon tea, and welcome to our session on learning from Indigenous engagement. Before we begin, I'd just like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the beautiful land upon which we meet, the Ngunnawal people, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I'd also like to extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today, both in person and online as well. My name's Rachel Vavra. I'll be your facilitator for today's session. And I am a Torres Strait Islander woman with family heritage from Darnley Islands, Stephen Island and the Saibai Islands in the Torres Strait Islands. I work at the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in the new Colombo Plan Secretariat alumni team. Last year in Darwin, our then Secretary, Francis Adamson, launched our Indigenous diplomacy agenda. To provide an approach to Indigenous Australia, a systematic place within our overseas engagement, and to more effectively advance the interests of Indigenous people in Australia and overseas. Her keynote address during that launch highlighted that Australia's international diplomacy is increasingly shaped by Indigenous cultures and people. And we must continue to build Indigenous culture, Indigenous Australia into our diplomacy, its people, its culture, its languages, and its history. Today we are joined by a distinguished panel of speakers, many who have travelled far and wide to be here today, to share their epistemological and lived insights on learning from Indigenous engagement, and how we can champion and draw on the wealth of knowledge, systems of learning and practices of engagement from our First Nation Australians. I'd now like to invite our panel up to the stage. Great. So our panel today is made up of, we have some online participants and also in-person participants, as you can see. So firstly, joining us online today, we have Mrs. Joy Balkanaway. And Joy works as a researcher and senior lecturer in Aboriginal Studies at Charles Darwin University. Joy has 20 years of Yolngu health professional experience. We also have joining us online is Mr. Garawa. Garawa is a researcher and senior lecturer in Aboriginal Studies at Charles Darwin University as well. And both Garawa and Joy work closely with CDU's Northern Institute researchers, as well as Yolngu teachers providing guidance, cultural authority and education. We also have Mr. Willie Wigness, who's travelled all the way from Thursday Island in the Torres Straits to be here today. Willie is an acknowledged elder and leader in his tribe with lifelong ecological knowledge and native science. Willie has over 30 years experience working in Australian law and order at state, national and international level. Next we have Mr. Jordan Ivey, and I'm sure many of you know Jordan. Jordan was a new Colombo Plan Scholar to Fiji in 2019. And he also undertook an internship to the Philippines through Charles Darwin University. Jordan was also our 2019 Indigenous Alumni Ambassador. Mr. Ivey holds a bachelor degree of Marine Science and Management, and since graduating, Jordan has been a research assistant and Indigenous Engagement Officer on various coral larva restorations projects on the Great Barrier Reef. And he currently works with the Australian Institute of Marine Science as the Indigenous Training and Capacity Building Officer. Next, we have Miss Lily Kennedy, and Lily is a 2020 scholar and a passionate member of the NCP community. with an undergraduate degree in public relations. She's worked in a variety of roles across Brisbane, London and New York. In 2015, Lily undertook an Indigenous cultural immersion program in the APY lands in South Australia. And last but not least, we have Mr. Greg Williams, and Greg is the coordinator of the Master of Public Policy in the Northern Institute, and he also works in the College of Indigenous Future Education and Arts at CDU. And Greg has worked as a lecturer for over 20 years, both in vocational education and training and higher education as well. Now, I'd like to begin this session today by handing over to our First Nation elders from Yolngu and the Torres Strait, Joy, Gara and Willie, to show us firsthand how they conduct cultural diplomacy. So Willie, I'm going to hand it over to you now to begin.
Thank you. Thank you. Kapu Batainga, Nitumun Pamura. Good afternoon to all of you. Ngau Nel Niaungu. My name is Niaungu. Ngau Markai Nel is Willie Wigness. My English name is Willie Wigness. Ngai Kanamuri. I come from a clan of Kanamuri. Ngau Mabaigal Kauraraik, a tribe of Kauraraik. Ngau Lag Kedatarapa, Kaiwalagal. My traditional boundary and country region is called Kaiwalagal. It's a pleasure to stand here and talk to all of you. When I look into the crowd, I'm talking to a nation of people. Nation of beautiful people here, intelligent people. I read some of your bios. Wow. The amount of subjects you got, 3 or 4, I think, wow, why shouldn't I have that when I was in the 60s? So, my friends, Gaura and Joy, from Yulu country, respect from Yulu as well. Respect to my panels, from where they come from. Respect to everyone. Diplomacy. What is diplomacy? Cultural diplomacy. What is that? That's my traditional title. Butu Augar Kuik, from a governance, a traditional setting. Is that diplomacy? Or diplomacy is, you've already learned through life diplomacy. Each and every one of you, strangers to one another. Yet, your communication with one another to find a very principle the same. When I go into Yunlu country, that diplomacy, like what we've done here in this same facility, ANU, we had to look for that same very principle. But when I meet Joy and Gaura and the others, we joined straight away because our principle was the same. Our governance was the same. Our moiety was the same. In the Torres Strait, we headhunters. That's just it. We take heads, regardless. Modern days, like me here now, how do I practice that in a modern setting? You can't. Honestly. So I had to adapt because of the laws, LORE, and the rules of laws, LAW. They don't see eye to eye. So I had to balance. My old people, elders said, we need to change if we want to survive. So we did that. Basically that. To survive, we need to change. But we kept the principle alive. My university is not like this, what you guys are going through. Our teaching, our university is out there. It's nature. Our laws is governed by nature. Our setting is governed by nature. The 4 elements, the 4 winds, the seasons, how the animal reacts, the settings of the suns, the moons. That's our university. Never got the chance to go to places like this. Gaura enjoys the same. But cultural diplomacy, a window into First Nation people's governance. We have it here in Australia itself. Majority of Australians don't know we have it. It's only through sessions like this. We have moieties that we follow. My moiety is the Hamad Shak and the Dugong. We are patriarchal. My tribe is patriarchal. It's not matriarchal. But I had to balance that. We had to change in this world as well. Balance the woman's side with the man's side. And we've perfected it. We're still here. We pushed our women into the world today as well. Go get education. Build yourself up. Go be a CEO. Go be a manager. Go further down south. But when you come home, don't forget your other foot is in the cultural arena as well. You got to respect that. Your positioning. Positioning of everybody within the cultural diplomacy is very sensitive. Very sensitive. It puts you in a different degree. Like for instance, my title, Gaura and Joy's title. We're sitting in the inner circles of our governance. Is that the same as Canberra's parliament? Is there a similarity? We look for similarities. You'll find this when you go out into the world. You'll do this as well. Other tribes, other nations. They'll have different things. Habit, body language, character of the person. We call it Wakaiwian. Wakaiwian is what we're doing now. We're learning from each other. Sitting next to a stranger, how does that feel? Insecure. You don't want to do anything wrong. Communication, well, how can I make some conversation, make some friends? Is that diplomacy? Simple things will start everything off. Little things that you miss, that grinds things together, will form that foundation. Don't take it for granted. If you miss it, it's going to be like now. What I'm saying now, most of you don't know that First Nation people have governance, or we have moieties, because you haven't been in that world. Because of statecraft, Commonwealth craft, how you've been structured through family structures. We haven't got all these things in the education systems. All the sensitive stuff. But cultural diplomacy is the key. We started here in Australia. You go overseas, you'll have to talk to those people overseas, cultural diplomacy. Australia culture to their culture. My colleagues will tell you their experiences. Gaura, you're right to say anything?
Is it my turn now?
Yeah, no, you talk. Forgive us, this is our first time in situations like this, me and my other two colleagues from Yulnu country, facing so many audiences like this. All right, Gaura.
Yo, thank you, Uncle Willie. Yo, first of all, I would like to introduce myself, just a quick one. Gaura, I'm a Yulnu person. I'm a Yolngo person, and my name is Kaura. Marango, my clan group is Marango. Notice Anam land Bungara. I'm from Notice Anam land. Adil Harakajama Nakun City Humor. Same with my colleague Joy Purkanawe. Your first of all, Nakun, vulnerably acknowledgement to the Yawang Watangumala, acknowledging the custodians, Nipuri, the Unwal Amri people from Canberra, past, present, emerging. Yeah, cultural diplomacy, just to sort of add Dipali to that, Dipalis to that, Uncle Will. Sorry that English, to be honest, like English is not our first language. For me, it's probably the 10th on the roll. I speak a lot of other Yolngu languages, and on top of that is English. So you will sort of experience something that is very different to how it is. Englishman talking to another Englishman, hearing English from a black fellow like me. Sorry to say this, but yeah, how some of our English are not so unique. So anyway, we'll just have to, and we always try our best to sort of give as much as we can. Anyway, cultural competency, cultural diplomacy. Cultural diplomacy for Yolngu, like most of the areas, because we Yolngu, Karek, Uncle Willie and the others, we met there at Canberra once, and the Ngamri people from there, from Canberra, we met there once for this diplomacy, indigenous diplomacy, and did a lot of workshops together. So I think most of what's been said by Uncle Willie is very in common, especially to Yolngu. Now, for Yolngu, especially for Yolngu, this is Yolngu up the Northern Territory, up right at the East Arnhem Land area, right up, even the West Arnhem Land. Now, as Uncle Willie was saying, that we've got moieties. We've got two moieties, Toa and a Yirika moiety. Toa and a Yirika moiety. And there are so many in there. When we talk about the diplomacy, when we talk about the name diplomacy, what is the diplomacy, the indigenous diplomacy up that way in Yolngu way? In Yolngu way of seeing the diplomacy, how we don't sort of create something new. When it comes to diplomacy, we've already got it. It is in us. We've got it. It's been with us. We are being born with it. It is there. What I mean by It is there already that we are being born with it. It has been placed there by our ancestral beings that we believe by. Tua moiti ancestral being and a Yirika moiti ancestral being that has sort of given everything for us. They've created to be as a diplomacy once and for all. They created once and for all to sort of for us to use it. To use it. Most of the diplomacy is to do with ceremonies when we get together. The big connections that we've got, the alliances that we've got, the ceremonial connections that we've got, that brings, that it is there, it is shown that it's been placed by our ancestral beings, it is there already. We don't call other tribes when there's a big ceremony. We don't call other tribes. They know that there is a ceremony and that connection, that there needs to be a diplomacy, that to go and reach and to sort of be in that diplomacy that has been placed, that has been created there by our ancestral beings. So, for Yolngu and for any other indigenous Yolngu or Aboriginal people around the country, I think that's how it is. It's been sort of placed by our ancestral beings once and for all. We've got it. It is to do with our culture, it is to do with the gatherings that we do for our ceremonies. That's diplomacy. It is to do with our kinship, the Kurutu, what we call the Kurutu. Everyone, every Yolngu is related to each other. There's no one Yolngu that is on its own, on her own, on its own. Everyone is related to each other. Everyone has got that connection, ceremonial connection, alliances. That shows that's how it is. That's the diplomacy. I know it's a bit different how it is in the non-indigenous system where you can sort of, engage or witness someone that you don't know, a stranger that would be there, and then you'll probably know that person and work on whatever after a while. One country meeting with another country, coming into an agreement on whatever. Two groups of people. See, it's in Yolngu, in our system of diplomacy is very different. It's been placed there. It is already there. It has been placed. It is in us. We are always, every Yolngu is being born with it. We are sort of born to it. It is there. That's how we sort of understand how our diplomacy is. It is there. It is in our culture. It is in our kinship realm. It is in our land. It's not only us. It is our land as well, the place, the states that we've got. Every clan group that's got their own estates. It is to do with the land as well. They are also related together as well, and has got that moieties. Now this is all shows. It all shows that this is diplomacy. It is a Yolngu diplomacy. Yo, kali-kali nga.
Yo.
Yeah, I hand it over to my colleague, Joy, to add more into this.
Yo, Namir Bookmark. Yes. Hello, how are you all? Maraya ko Pulkanoy. My name is Pulkanoy. Ngara, Yolngu Galewin Oy. I am from Galewin O. Ngara ko Wanga Moriyorikuro. My interstate country homeland is Moriyorikuro. And I work close with my colleague Gaura, and others. And I known Uncle Willie when I first met him at Canberra. He was a great man. When we went over for our workshop, for diplomacy workshop, and we found many things in that during those times when we was doing diplomacy workshop with Gaura, Willie, Lalani, and Gabriel. They were just great people that we met them. We found that something was there for us already. There was a connection with them for us. And they had that connection with them for us as well. It was so wonderful that we met and find something that is great to work together in that area in diplomacy, Indigenous diplomacy. And that's how it's very interested. Someone like Uncle Willie, he's from Torres Strait, but there was a connection back to where Gaura and I come from. And every day when we meet, going to start preparing ourselves for diplomacy workshop, we go through flows. Because there was a connection, as you heard about Uncle Willie, what he was saying before, earlier, that's what it is. That's how Indigenous diplomacy works. And now we are looking forward to see how we can engage with other all nations to work and show that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaura, Joy. You must remember from the views, the window of First Nation people, like me, descendants, like the descendants. Our ancestors, our old people have never succeeded to any colonization. The truth of it. We were forced. There's no documentation saying that. Our governance, we don't work in silos. We work with this, then work with this. No. It's like a circle. Inner circle. Inner circles. When I see, Gaura and Joy see this, and we look how the parliament works, lower house, upper house, and we start to think, wow, it's similar. What's the difference? I am from the inner circle. These two are from the inner circles. We're governance of our own tribe and laws. We look after them. We haven't got one portfolio for this person, another portfolio. Tribal system, clan system are totally different. When you go out into where the doors open, you'll find the same thing. Listen, seek those that understand. You'll get those that come across you that will lead you this way and then that way. Then when you come to see the whole picture, they're the wrong people you talk to. The right ones are sitting over there under the tree watching you. What the hell are you doing? They are there, but it's for you to look, read what God has given you. Body language, tilting of the head, fidgeting, nervousness. You've all got it. There's no doubt about it. You've all got it. We've got it. You've got it. You're practicing diplomacy, communication from the very day you were born. That's cultural teaching. It's there. But when you come to put in an arena like this into a departmental stuff, it's up to you whether you take it with you or you lose it and you get in a silo effect. I will leave it like that.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just thank you so much, Willie, Joy, Gara, just hearing your insights on cultural diplomacy, how you will do it, together, coming from very different places is just so amazing and was really insightful. And I think, hearing lots about the connections and similarities. Willie and I just met, we'd spoken online, but just met together for the first time about an hour ago. It was really interesting just chatting, finding out that, both being Torres Strait, we're related, and Willie's family had come and stayed with my family in a small Torres Strait Island community in Cape York. So just building that connection straight away. And I think for a lot of kind of scholars and alumni I've seen, there's often a connection when you come back based, and I've seen it today as well, like based on where you've been, and it's great to see like languages coming out as well based on the languages that you've spoken or learnt, where you're going or come back. So lots of similarities, those connections being formed today, which has been great. I'd now like to hand over to Jordan. Jordan, it would just be really great, building on from today's discussion, to hear a little bit about you as an Indigenous man, how you used your cultural knowledge going overseas to Fiji on your NCP scholarship program, and also just to hear about your work with the Australian Institute of Marine Science. And I know you do a lot of work with Indigenous communities, and how you work with Indigenous communities during that role.
Yeah, no worries. It's working. So I'm a Bundjalung man. I come from northern New South Wales. Also have South Sea Islander heritage stemming back to Vanuatu. So I'm a 2019 scholar. Went to Fiji, as that's already been told. I used a lot of my cultural understanding from my country, where I worked on country, working with some of the mob, doing bush regeneration, and I utilised that knowledge throughout my scholarship. I ended up doing an internship where I'd done a research component, studying coral reefs and the impacts of coral restoration on fish species diversity and abundance. I used my cultural knowledge and my understanding and went into the village and asked for consent before I actually went into the sea country to do any work, just because back home I know that's what you're supposed to do. I didn't want to upset anybody. I want to make sure I went through all the right avenues. So I've done that, got consent, done my research out on their sea country, monitoring their corals and their fish, and supplied that report back to them for their ongoing monitoring programs and management of their fish. Funny thing is, like, we also got some consent to do some coral spawning monitoring while we're on that trip, which is really good, and it shows you the importance of the consent process there, because in Fiji they run their sea country a bit different to they do it over here. The villagers look after their sea country there, so they're in charge of policing it, because they don't have the same police mechanisms in place to do that. And so we went out coral spawning, had torches, we were looking to see what corals are spawning, try and monitor that. And we got dobbed in a couple of times by the islanders there. They're like, oh, there's people out with lights, and because the worry is that people go out fishing at night time to try and spear fish that are resting, because they're quite easy to spear when they're resting. They'll just sit there, they won't move, and it's not appropriate, and it ruins the local food source for them. And so we got dobbed in, which is good to know that they're policing it. The chief said, oh, you guys were out, weren't you? It's like, yeah, that was us. And they're like, oh, it's all good, we knew you were going out there. So it was really good. And having that experience was great. It built on my cultural knowledge and my cultural journey that I'm going on as a young Indigenous man. I've ended up bringing all that knowledge and that experience from the new Colombo Plan scholarship to my current workplace now, where I'm working at the Australian Institute for Marine Science. I started off in Indigenous engagement, so it was, we have a policy where it's called FPIC, we have free, prior, informed consent. So for any researcher to go out onto country, they have to engage through our team to engage with the Indigenous group to inform them about the research we want to do on their country, so they can make an informed decision about whether they want that research to happen on their country. And so we've done a few ones. Some people do say no, which is fine, and then we just go back to the research and say, they've said no, you're not allowed to do your research on that country. It's really good. It's putting decision making back in the hands of the Indigenous people up and down our coastlines. AIMS, like the Australian Institute of Marine Science, is mostly tropical, so tropical North Australia. So that's where we go there, and it's actually helped me a lot having that little experience in NCP, and obviously my background working on country as well has really helped me through that role. And now I've moved on to a different role where I'm doing training and trying to work with TOs to develop training modules to see how we can bring traditional knowledge together with Western science knowledge to try and develop management plans that are going to benefit both the Australian Institute of Marine Science and the traditional owner group that we'll be working with in multiple sea countries. So that's kind of where my journey is, and it's led me to here right now, so I can't really tell too much more until I have the rest of that journey. But yeah. Thank you.
Oh wow, thanks Jordan. That's such an amazing story, and it's great hearing about your journey and how you used your cultural knowledge overseas, but then you also built on it, bringing it back to your community and the work that you do today. So it's just, yeah, a really fantastic story to hear. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
So I'd now like to hand over to Lily Kennedy. So as I mentioned earlier, Lily undertook a cultural immersion program, Indigenous cultural immersion program, to the APY lands in South Australia in 2015, and then she subsequently travelled overseas. And then she's about to head over, hopefully soon, on her NCP scholarship. So Lily, it would be great to hear from you just on how you used what you learnt in your Indigenous cultural immersion program on your overseas travels, and how you plan to use it going overseas as a 2020 scholar when you head out.
For sure, thanks Rachel. And I just want to begin by acknowledging the elders past, present and emerging, and the people that are here with us today. And it's so special to have, Willie's, you guys haven't heard about the travel story, but I mean, it's been quite the mission to come down here. So yeah, just extending how grateful we all are on behalf of the NCP community. But yeah, so my role on this panel today is essentially to give you an insight as a non-Indigenous person on the cultural immersion program I did and how that kind of impacts my relationships when I'm overseas and how I present myself. And I'd say that, firstly, talking about the immersion program, the sort of things I learned, obviously I can't summarise it all in 5 minutes, but I suppose that deeper understanding of community, but also cultural structure and the way, the sort of things Willie was talking about before in terms of how their governance structures are, but also how the different communities are, what they value, the different roles people have, and obviously sort of women's business and men's business. I know a lot of scholars, or I would hope that a lot of scholars would know what I'm talking about here. But yeah, I think as well understanding the issues that they do face and how we as non-Indigenous people can try and bridge those and assist them. But even, we know things like land titles. I know that makes the news a lot, the sort of legal land titles and challenges like that. But there were some things that I noticed while I was in this Indigenous community that I hadn't before. So for example, like groceries, if you went to the grocery store, people say, get fruit and vegetables, and they have these health programs coming out telling them to eat healthy, and then you go down to the supermarket and a leaf bunch, whatever you call it, of lettuce is like $11, and it's like the practicalities and the way that policy and the real life interact was really insightful. But even just down to storylines and understanding how land matters and why the land matters and those sorts of things. And then I guess I remember most how it felt and how warmly embraced I was, or my small group that I went with was by that APY lands community, and I suppose knowing sort of what colonisation's done, I had thought, you know, fair enough if they don't want us to be there and they, you know, don't want to share certain things, but they were so welcoming and so warm and so embracing, but also understanding and feeling their connection to country and the way that they were so deeply rooted and grounded was really incredible. But then the second part of when I'm overseas, and I think my comments will be pretty much the same for the times I've been overseas since then, but also how I plan to conduct myself in Japan. I'd say that in terms of in terms of our role when we're overseas, it's obviously there's things that are not ours to share, there's stories that are not mine to share, but equally it's sort of about planting that seed. And in conversations, if someone says like, "Oh, Lily, where are you from?" It's not just saying, "Oh yeah, I'm from Brisbane in Queensland, Australia." It's like, you know, talking about that Brisbane's called Mianjin to the local people, talking about saying, "Oh yeah, it's not just Queensland, there's actually, you know, however many language groups, there's all of these states, there's, you know," not just defining Australia as what people overseas think it is. And I think even just those little tiny seeds, just planting those seeds, and often, you know, I've found that people are inquisitive and they'll say, "Oh, you know, so what happens over there?" And particularly I know when I've been in some countries, they'll want to have, people from other countries will want to have discussions about how their relations are with their local people, and, you know, ask about Australia and, "Oh, what's it like for you? You know, do you have Indigenous friends?" Those sorts of things. So I think just being ready to answer those questions and expect those questions. And yeah, just sharing what's appropriate, but starting conversations. And yeah.
Yes. Oh, nice. Thanks, Lily. That was really great to hear, and it's really great to hear how you're using that overseas. So thank you.
No worries.
And now I'd like to hand over to Greg just to tell us a little bit about the work, Greg, that you're doing at Charles Darwin University.
Sure. Hi everyone, Greg Williams, and I've been working at Charles Darwin University for nearly 30 years actually in the job in the Indigenous Studies area. Some people would probably say I'm a bit of a slow learner, that I've been there 30 years and still haven't learned very much. But I guess when I listen to what's happening here, I think the thing that you'll notice is that what we're actually doing in this space right now is the sort of diplomacy work that Willie's talking about. Each one of us is telling a little story about ourselves because we're strangers and we don't know each other. And like Willie was saying before, you're sitting next to someone now and all the little things that you're doing to sort of go, you know, giving people space, smiling, nodding. That's all diplomacy, and it's the little stuff. And the thing that I think that is important to remember is that we're all diplomats in that space because we're all working with people who are different to each other. The other thing that I think is really important with this too, in this 30 years of me being a very slow learner, is basically to pay attention to what it is that's going on, because often people with brains like mine are trained in the silos that Willie's talking about on a job when we're doing stuff. But you've got to look around, you've got to pay attention to those little things and to keep paying attention to them. And the third thing I think that's really important, and hopefully this is useful for you, is that often, I mean, maybe you might have been listening to Gara and Joy and Willie listening and talking this afternoon, and you might be going, I'm not really sure what it is they're talking about. Some of you might be in that sort of boat. And it's really important, I think, to keep in mind and to pay attention to the times when you don't understand what's going on, when you don't get what's happening to you. And this experience is sort of washing past you and you're going, what the heck was that? I spent 30 years working with Indigenous people, and even still now, there's times when I'm sitting in a room and people are talking about stuff and I'm just going, I must be stupid, I just don't get what's going on here. Pay attention to those times, because those times of disconcertment, those times when your gut's feeling a bit strange because you don't know what's going on, those are the times we're going to learn. And I think one of the things that I've learnt over time is in the teaching that I do, which is about people working in spaces like this, working interculturally and trying to make sense of the way in which they work together, particularly respectfully in intercultural situations. Those are probably the three things that I've learnt. Probably hard learnt because I've made so many mistakes, but those are probably the three things. If you can remember that you're all diplomats and that you're doing diplomacy right now, right here, every time you meet with someone, it requires you to do a lot of work to pay attention, and it's those hard, those complex, those gut-wrenching times. Stick with them because they're the times that you're going to learn, and that's really important. Did you want me to talk about? Yeah, one of the things that I wanted to offer today in partnership with DFAT and the NCP program is to offer some positions in some of the programs that we run. We have an on-country program that we're running this year, and I'd like to offer some places for people within that program to come and join us for a week where we're out on-country engaging with people in learning how to work interculturally. And additionally, we're actually, Gara and Joy and Willie, hopefully as well, will be running a workshop in Darwin in July, where different nations, Indigenous nations, are coming together to enact diplomacy. So what we'd like to do too is to offer some positions for people to come and join us in those programs this year. First one we're running in the first week of July, and then the second one we're running in the second week of July. So yeah, I'd just like to open that up and be looking forward to. We'll organise some processes for how we can organise people to apply for that, but I just want to put out there that that's available, and looking forward to people coming and joining us.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Greg, and thanks so much for your valuable advice. It was fantastic. And I'd just like to also add that DFAT, in partnership with CDU, is so excited to be able to offer these opportunities to some of our NCP scholars, their pilot programs, and we will be conducting an expression of interest round for the pilots. We have a few minutes left, and I just thought we might finish today's session with either Willie, Gara, Joy. It would be really great if, for you to provide any tips or advice you have to some of our scholars who are heading out overseas on how they could get a better understanding of Indigenous culture before they head out overseas. I know you've talked about a lot today, but if there was just, one piece of advice that you could give them before they head out, what would you recommend? Or how?
Wow.
Just things.
Well, first thing you're going to say, wow, I'm going overseas. No, just be yourself. Know the principle you stand on. Respect the principle you stand on. Respect other creed, races. Be comfortable in there. Body language, habits, tilting, fidgety will tell all. Relax. Just go with the flow. You will make mistakes, there's no doubt about that. But you will correct them again. That's just life. Yo, Gaura, your time.
Yo, Manmak. Yeah, just to sort of now I can put the way how it is, in a way to be friendly. Always welcome strangers, anyone that you don't know. The meeting has to be for the first time, but not to sort of, as I said earlier, welcome that situation. Always be open. But that's how you need to find and sort of create that diplomacy space there. So I guess that's the thing that can sort of create that space. Always to be not to be hard, really. Always need to be open in spirit, to allow and to welcome whatever or whoever that needs to communicate. Yeah, to be just an open spirit person, like, you know.
Thanks.
So that there's no. But as Uncle really said, yeah, there needs to be some. There's going to be some mistakes, but there are areas that somehow you need to sort of learn from those mistakes by doing right and doing it some other way, the best way, the good way. You know.
Thank you, Uncle Willie. And Gaura, I think you already touched all the base that we need to say. Thank you very much. Ta.
Great. Thank you very much. I would just like to really sincerely thank our panellists for sharing their knowledge and insights with us today. It's been a really invaluable session, and I know I've learnt a lot from today's session, and I'm sure our audience has as well. So just one final round of applause. Thank you so much. Great. So just to close out today's session, I would like to introduce to the stage Aidan Wyatt, our Acting Assistant Secretary from the Global Programs and Partnerships Branch at the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and Trevor Goddard, who's Principal Director at Goddard's and Associates. And Trevor is also a big supporter of the NCP and was also one of the members of our first ever NCP reference group. Thanks, Aidan.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. What an inspiring panel, and for us, a hard act to follow. Thanks very much, Rachel, for that warm welcome. As Rachel mentioned, my name's Aidan White. I'm the Acting Assistant Secretary for our Global Programs and Partnerships branch, of which an important key flagship program within the branch is the new Colombo plan. And so, you know, just very privileged today to spend the day sort of discussing it. Let me begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal people, the traditional custodians on the land on which we meet today, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. And I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. Well, it's really been a remarkable day today. I mean, we've had really just an amazing diversity in discussion, and I think it really signals how motivated the community is to really keep moving forward and heading out into the world as our international borders open. It also really signals the tremendous amount of thought leadership and innovation of the ideas in the NCP community, whether it be from our outgoing scholars or our engaged and ever-growing body of alumni. There are so many fascinating projects at play that we've heard from today. I think the hardest part, you'd agree, is really choosing which of the many panels to join today. Before I go any further, let me introduce my co-presenter, Trevor Goddard. Trevor advises government, industry and education providers on the design of international diplomacy programs and is an honorary fellow with the Deakin University Faculty of Arts and Education. For many of you, Trevor is a well-known face to the New Colombo Plan, appointed to the DFAT New Colombo Plan reference group across 2014 to 2020. And he continues to consult to a range of scholarship providers and organisations across Europe, Asia and the Americas. So to kick things off today, Trevor, I'd invite you to reflect on the highlight of the day for you.
Thanks, Aidan. Just firstly, it's appropriate again in light of not simply the last session, but the spirit with which we bring to the summit. I'd also like to acknowledge elders past and present and emerging leaders, and pay my respects to any Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander members who are with us today.
it's important not simply just at this summit, but it's an important part of our growth journey in acknowledging the role and the significance that those communities have played, continue to play, and will play forever and ever and a day, the way that we integrate into the region. And so I use that not only as a transition from that session, but a way just to thank Willie, Gower and Joy particularly, and Jordan for sharing your lived and honest and personal experiences with us. Because I think for me what has come out across today is the importance of narrative and stories that go along with helping people understand who we are. It's my absolute privilege to have been here today, and I've come here this morning in the spirit of learning myself. There are many, many talented individuals in the room, people who have gone, who are yet to go, and we are all learning together. So with that in mind, coming back to Aidan's question, I think Secretary Campbell in her opening address, with respect to her and her role, probably underestimated the significance of both her department and also her staff in Rod and Aidan in the program that they lead, the New Colombo Plan, by referring to it as a framework. I think, yes, it's a framework, but what a stellar framework, giving you an opportunity to cement Australia's position in the region. So that commentary certainly stuck with me as a first shaper. The highlight perhaps then was in the panel discussion, and I want to touch briefly for me on comments made by each of the four panellists that I think set a tone or a theme for the rest of the day, in no particular order with respect to the well-learned colleagues. I could sit and listen to Elena Williams speak all day, and her passion for languages is unsurpassed. And what I think was most insightful about Elena's address this morning was not simply languages are a way of connecting because that's how you understand people, but she elevates that into the policy space. And nothing will change unless we as an NCP community choose to use the wonderful position of privilege that we have by being here to advocate for policy change around language. So again, I thank Elena for continually bringing and promoting that platform. Doug Ferguson, amongst the 6Ds. The notion of disruption and digital, I think, were both incredibly important, and I'll come back to those in some other discussion that Aidan and I might have. But it came up in one of the last sessions as a mega trend, so I think disruption and digital are very, very clearly things that are going to guide us. And John Wellard from Universities Australia, the element of universities being communities, I think one of the underutilised, so we do a good job, we could do a better job, is to actually tap into the way that the university sector connects with this experience, not simply across your international mobility experience, but in research and industry partnerships. My kicker for the day absolutely is from Ambassador Clark. The Nothing About Us Without Us hashtag, for me, underpins everything that this program is about. One of the things I would like to see us progress towards is a deeper, more enriched engagement with our partners across the region. So her focus on that point really is a test to us all over the next 10, 15 years to bring the regional partners more deliberately into discussions like this.
Thanks very much for those insights, Trevor, and I'm sure everyone in the audience would agree it was a really rich discussion from the panel. I think from my side I was really impressed, and obviously a distinct part of today's summit was the series of sessions led by NCP alumni in particular. So a few takeaways that I'll share. Firstly, Evie Packett and Joel Kennaway on their experiences in Fiji and in Philippines and working through GHD in our business session. I think what that really sort of drew out as well is both the opportunities from a private and business perspective, but also their work in international development in the region, and recognising some of the trends they talked about, that the future of economic growth really is in the Indo-Pacific and particularly in Southeast Asia. And so when we're talking about tackling issues like climate resilience and decarbonisation of economies, there's just so many sort of multiple interests in terms of Australia's sort of engagement there. I think not to be outdone by Doug's 6Ds. Joel, I think, spoke about the 4 Cs in his and gave some examples around just again touching on the complexity and cultural difference sort of in working in different contexts, and that we really can't take that one-size-fits-all approach. Evie also spoke about the disciplinary skills, and I think that multidisciplinary, cross-disciplinary sort of theme really, I was struck by that coming out in a range of issues. And I think, as we know, sort of looking ahead to 2030, some of the big issues in a really contested region and things like the future of work are going to really require that kind of cross set of skills and approaches. It was also really great to hear, I think, some of the diverse perspectives in the youth dialogue and diplomacy agenda, particularly the level of commitment. I was struck by alumni sort of leading a range of different sort of youth exchange and leadership programs from India to Indonesia, Japan, Korea, China. It was just a really insightful group. And again, Bayan Izzati, I think in one of those forums, really urged us to reflect on the role of youth diplomacy, particularly beyond what we often think about, I think, in soft power, particularly to think about what are the unique Australian values and our identity that we can bring into the region. I think that goes back also to the Ambassador for Women and Girls around gender equality too. Really terrific to join the discussion with Adam Hegedus and Rachel Spackman on inclusive education. I think that really reminded us both of, I guess, the immense challenges to education systems and for children, for boys and girls, and many of those have obviously been accelerated by COVID, but also a call to action for NCP scholars and alumni about how we can really make inroads and achieve impacts in countries like Fiji and Timor-Leste, both in terms of working with and alongside local partners. So in terms of looking out to the pathways for NCP out to 2030, Trevor, in your view, where to next for the NCP?
Great question. And I'm sure there's a variety of views, so I'll just preface by saying, again, I feel mildly, not uncomfortable, but privileged that I have this opportunity to speak on your behalf. If there's other things that you see, maybe there's a time for a question, or I'm happy to discuss afterwards. I think you have all inspired each other, and what I've seen across the day is just some incredibly enlightened conversations that give me a great sense of faith that you understand that you are the future of the program. As the Secretary said, there's a framework there, and it's your responsibility to build the ships, the planes, the mechanisms to actually pursue the agendas that you are also clearly passionate about. So I think one for me that has come through as a theme right throughout the day is the power and the influence of young people. And I mean that very genuinely, that the rise in youth advocacy, the formalisation of some of the professional organisations that you're putting together, the organisations that you're running at 19, 20, 21 years of age, inspire many people who are working alongside you. So I think the capacity to continue those, because they do two things. They show that NCP is both a means and an endpoint. So it's an endpoint in terms of you having completed a scholarship, but it's actually a start to the rest of your career. A colleague made a comment earlier today that even when you've got here now, before you've been anywhere, your scholarship started even before you put your application in. And I would endorse that. One of the wonderful things about NCP is that it's almost a philosophical commitment to undertake some form of deep regional engagement, and I've seen and heard and witnessed that across today. So I think the first thing would be just the very passionate commitment of youth, both through your education programs, your commitment to community and your commitment to supporting each other is something to be proud of and to never let lose. Support the next groups coming behind you.
Thanks very much for that, Trevor. Reflecting on a few themes that again, I think touched on, particularly in the panel discussions this morning, but again, across the course of the day. I think one is sort of looking at the kind of types of fields of study, and again, I think as we discussed, there's going to be, obviously a continued focus on fields in areas like STEM, for example, in healthcare, health security, but also sort of there's a role to sort of, continue to champion those, I guess, less, prominent fields in terms of our international engagement, sort of in terms of the arts and creative industries, in terms of creating those new connections in the region. An obvious one I think we reflected on this morning, obviously, is that, COVID and the impacts, the long tail from COVID is going to be with us for some time into the future. So again, the role for NCP in terms of driving that social and economic kind of recovery in the region, again, is, I think, going to be a significant focus. And then finally, I guess there's also reflections on, I guess, the innovations in how we connect. I think everyone agrees it's fabulous for us as a group to be here in person today, but I think there are also some excellent work that's been done through the program in terms of its virtual delivery and adapting over the last 2 years, and there are certainly sort of lessons and reflections from that we can build into programs going into the future. Are there any further final reflections, Trevor, that you have before, in terms of time, we've probably also got a little bit of time for some questions if there are any in the audience?
Sure. Just to pick up, I made mention of Doug's reference to digitalisation and the disruption. I view the disruption as a positive thing, and certainly there's been great examples in some programs picking up on the virtual delivery that has got through COVID. But the learning from that is actually now how to build hybrid programs and take that development one step further to allow more people to have a new Colombo Plan experience. I think it opens up for me two elements that again have come up today. One is the geopolitical environment, and so there's an importance in what you're doing in being people in country, and not only representing your professions, your careers, and Australia, but also the universities that you come from. And so my view of where the next steps come from is to have a higher degree of engagement, and it's the responsibility of all of us to engage our host partners, the host countries, the host universities, the corporate organisations, the NGOs that you go and intern with, and actually bring them into this process. So I'd list that as a theme, and at the risk of moving into the minutiae as an example, this has been, from my mind, such a wonderfully successful opportunity to get together and meet. It's very visceral. It's wonderful being in a room with people. The view here might be, how do you take this into the region? Or how do we bring people from the region to us to actually have a richer dialogue and bring the kaleidoscope of the region to make sure it's represented in the room as well? I think that's one step where we can actually go.
Absolutely. We might just open up very briefly if there are any questions in the audience for Trevor in terms of our discussion before we round out the day. Yes?
Sorry, can you hear?
My question is, you said the disruption is a great word, good word. So what sort of disruption are you expecting from this current generation?
Great question. What sort of disruption am I expecting? And thank you for putting the caveat around it. I do view it as a positive word. Nothing ever stays still. Disruption is a positive thing. Well, the first one I would give is, if you look at the plethora of youth-based organisations, we have people that are now well experienced in the setting up, the delivery and the governance of small and large not-for-profit organisations, delivering services in the region, partnering with people in the region, bringing together thousands of people across the region. So they're already doing what programs like the NCP are looking to do in the future. So rather than it being seen as a top-down element, there's an opportunity for some of those young people to in fact be the mentors and to lead and generate some of the way that the program operates. I sat in the last session, and I think if I get the numbers correctly, talking about the growth in the ASEAN region to being 770 million people under 35 in 10 years' time. So the younger group of people are the significant proportion of the population. The opportunity to engage with that population through this program, I think, is untapped. And I say that not as a criticism of where we are currently at, but the disruption to break open and have more influence across the region. So I think the higher education systems across the region still don't have the same access that we might like to understanding what an NCP scholar is, what they can do and how they can engage with the region. We haven't yet got to how you might connect with some of your mobility colleagues as well. Is that? Yeah, great, thank you.
Great. I think we have time for at least one more question. We'll just go here.
Thank you. I'm going to pause for 10 seconds. the question, how can you learn to disrupt when you're burnt out, when you've tried, when there doesn't appear to be a path forward? How can you be part of that disruption? I'll come back to a comment that we shared in the pre-departure session yesterday with some of the scholars. You don't know what you don't know. What was the second half of that statement? The answer's in the room, right? So the answers are here, and not just here. The word room is a metaphor for, as Willie said, the broader world out there as well. So find the people who will advocate and disrupt with you. You don't need to disrupt on your own. You've got colleagues sitting here who want to back what you want to do. So I know that sounds perhaps simple and or cliched. I'm going to come back to the Secretary's comment about framework. I think there's been a DFAT have created a wonderful framework for you. It's your, my and our responsibility to use that framework together. So you're not doing it alone.
And to the gentleman in the front.
Thank you. Trevor, your professional background is helping to find solutions for intractable problems. What advice would you give to scholars trying to tackle those types of issues in their programs?
Okay. The question was around how to find other people that can work with you to resolve intractable problems. Fair? Yep. So again, look outward, not inward. I think in your programs, some of the things that the NCP is encouraging you to do is, for example, reach out and undertake an internship in a space that sits slightly outside your technical expertise. Work alongside a project with someone else who's a scholar in your country who doesn't come from your background. Use the power and the influence of the 975 scholars who have come before you and tap into their expertise. Tap back into the expertise of the alumni of your institution or the NCP who have come before you. That's where that resource will come from. There is a plethora of what I might refer to as the NCP family. There are other organisations, Achichis, for those of you going to Indonesia. Look at the youth-based organisations that run in regions or country-specific areas. Chambers of Commerce and Industry. I'm going to keep coming back to the Secretary's words of framework. You have a privilege and a position that I still don't think many of you understand what has been given to you and how to use it, and that's okay. Don't feel bad, where there are people here willing and wanting to help you do that. You have doors that will open for you by being an NCP scholar. Perhaps back to part of Aidan's question about where we might go in the future. Looking at ways of changing the connectivity into overseas missions and other Australian representatives within the region. You can help uncover where and who they are, and then people can help you establish those. So I think it's, don't be caught in the silos that Willie spoke about earlier, and that many of the universities will ask you to sit within. You can disrupt and break out of those, and no one is going to open that door for you. It's your responsibility to break that down.
Thanks very much, Trevor. And so I'm going to leave it there with Trevor having the final word. And again, thank you for sharing those insights today. Please join me in I'd also like to on behalf of my team and the department more broadly, thank all speakers and panellists and participants today for a really engaging summit. So thank you again, everyone. I'm now going to